A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. We are back here on day 3 action of the 38th Senior Nationals Baseball Championship for men's and women. The first game for the day is Maharashtra versus Uttarakhand. Maharashtra, a couple of victories yesterday, both of them massive victories. Uttarakhand, a very sorry game for them against Punjab. And straight away, that's the first out. Maharashtra winning both the games very heftily and giving away absolutely nothing to the oppositions. That's the first strike. A very good pitch, that one. Right on the money. And that will be an edge of the bat. The ball going into the foul area. And this time he connects on the right side of the field. Should be able to get down till the second base at the minimum. A good shot that. Uttarakhand did have a couple of lusty blows yesterday. Here is Bana, who hit that home run yesterday against Punjab. Will be interesting to see if he can replicate that. That's given as a strike. A small delay in the play. Few instructions being passed on in both the camps. Bana not happy with himself. And once again he swings, he misses. That will be the second strike for Bana. But he's very cool and calm. He thinks that's all right, backing his ability. And we have our co-commentator on board finally after a slight delay. Welcome on board, Eli. A very good morning from Mumbai to you.
Thank you very much, Piyush. Good morning for you guys, but very good late night over here in the States. Currently at about 12:05, so it is early in the Sunday. So actually, I guess you are right. It is a early good morning.
Uttarakhand batting first in this game. Rana on a couple of strikes at the moment. What do you make of these two teams, Eli? Maharashtra winning a couple of games yesterday, both of them very convincingly, and Uttarakhand on the back of a defeat against Punjab, losing by 11 to 1. What are your predictions for this game?
Well, if I had to take a guess, Maharashtra has the pretty much everything that I was looking for yesterday: pitching, defense, and hitting. Both won soundly both times, so I would say they are definitely going to try and take this game today.
Well,
And
yeah,
then
they're definitely the favorites.
fair to, and then based on the one game I saw for the other team yesterday, it was a strong victory for Punjab, and it was just a lot of things not going right for them. But I would definitely go with Maharashtra to take this game very soundly.
Rana making it to the first base in the previous pitch. The catcher very quick that time to pass it to the baseman, trying to catch Rana off guard. This time outside the zone. Uttarakhand having a couple of base runners at the moment with the new batter in. Can they make the most of that?
So far, currently got a runner on first at the moment, two down here in the bottom of the first. Maharashtra still trying to get back into the dugout here. Still down 1-0. Looking at a hitter's count here. Looks like they're trying to do it with a runner on second now. We'll miss out of the zone for ball one. So now good. So that will go in for strike one now. Count evens out at 1-1. Still a runner on second at the moment. We're going to try and get some more runs here in the bottom of the first. That one missing outside. Count runs 2-1 now. That one missed high and outside. Ball three now. That one goes in now. Strike two, full count now. Goes 3-2. An opportunity for Maharashtra to get back into the dugout. And he's not too happy about that one. 3-2. Swing and a miss, and he will go down on strikes. Maharashtra finally ends the inning. After one inning so far, it is 1-0 as we get ready to go into the top of the second. We'll be right back after this.
We are back here for the first innings of Maharashtra. A very handy run for Uttarakhand in the first innings. But we have seen yesterday Maharashtra, they can be very explosive while batting. They got into the double figures in both their games yesterday.
So here we go. First pitch, and he will get that up in the zone. So strike one already for Uttarakhand. Their starting pitcher today. That one he will hit foul. Now it gets to two strikes. So now still 0-2 here to lead off for Maharashtra in the bottom of the first. O two misses up and outside there. Goes ball one. Now 1-2 on the count. One two. Now upstairs and now runs 2-2. Definitely one of those scenarios with a leadoff hitter you don't want to have him get on base after getting into two strikes. Now 2-2. Bounces it in the ground that time. Now 3-2. Count runs full. That'd be an action pitch right here. So here we go. 3-2. And he takes that the other way. A long fly ball, but that will be caught for out number one. So great play right there out in right field. So now already one down here. Take a look at the replay here. That was just one of those defensive swings. If you can get it out to the right side, if you can, he did just that. But right fielder was camped underneath it for an easy out number one.
Yeah, not quite able to get it into the gap. Getting held out just beneath the fielder. Very easy take in the end.
It is now one out already in the bottom of the first. Starts off with a swing and miss. So now 0-1 already. Now 0-1. Hit that long and far, but that will go right into another fielder's gloves and bounce. One right there is just an opportunity that he won. Takes it straight out to center field, but he was right there. Didn't have to move much, and now it's 2 outs in the inning so far.
Uttarakhand surprisingly right on top of this game.
So far, they're using Maharashtra's hitting against them, just having them make contact with it, but the ball's just going right to a fielder when they're stationed. That goes in for strike one. A good breaking pitch right there. Already working quick here. 0-1. Another long fly ball out to left field. And oh no, that'll miss. Now he's running all the way to the fence, and Maharashtra looks like the runner ran into the fielder that time. So he will stop at second. So now Maharashtra has their first base runner of the day in scoring position.
The ground is very uneven on that end, very difficult for the players to adjust somehow.
Indeed. But that error right there by Uttarakhand will definitely, it may cost them, but a long foul ball there. But still 2 outs, an opportunity to get out of the inning unscathed. So far, 0-1 count, 2 outs now in the bottom of the first for Maharashtra. Currently with a runner on second, looking to try and tie this thing here. There we go, 0-1 pitch. This is high and outside, evens out at 1-1. Pitcher's having to tell his fielder to cover the bag, try and keep him closer because if he's going to get an opportunity on the base paths, he will try and steal. And that one will be popped up into the air, far out into the field. It looks like that will be way out there. Can't really get a good angle from where we can see. Now taking a look at the replay. Hit out long and far to center field. Thinking it's a long fly ball and being out, but instead it looks like it appears that they dropped it. So now have runners on the corners for Maharashtra to try and take advantage of the situation. Or let me rephrase that. They did manage to score off of this, so now the score is tied at 1.
The pitcher not happy at all with his fielders. He thought that that should have been taken, and that would have really end the innings for Maharashtra at 0. But they have equalized somehow already.
Indeed, and Maharashtra will take another base. They had at least 5 stolen bases one game yesterday. And believe me, Piers, from personal experience, you don't like to see your fielders let you down like that, but it's just something that you can't really control. And that one is also foul, so now it runs, I believe the count now runs 0-2. Definitely don't want to let your emotions be too visible out there. but sometimes the frustration can build up very quickly. So now 0-2, two outs, runner on second for Maharashtra to try and take the lead here. Bottom of the first. Rockin' dealing with an 0-2 count here. The offering high and outside, ball one. So far, Maharashtra very disciplined at the plate, so they know what to look for to try and get a hold of something. 1-2. Runs high and in, but that does not hit him, so now it runs even at 2-2. So here we go, 2-2 offering. Lifted up high towards center field. And that will be caught for the final out of the inning. Uttarakhand able to limit the damage. Maharashtra finally putting one on the board to tie it up at one here as we head to the second inning. We will be right back after this.
We are back here for the second innings of Uttarakhand. Uttarakhand will be mightily pleased that they have restricted Maharashtra to just one, considering they have scored double figures yesterday in both the games.
Indeed, and so far now Maharashtra back on defense for the second time as we head to the top of the second. Uttarakhand set to come around to the plate again, looking to try and add some more to their current total as it stands at one apiece. Good pitch outside, and it's fouled back for strike one. This is low and inside for ball one as it evens out at one apiece. So far, Uttarakhand showing very good promise at the plate so far. Definitely looking for the pitches that they want to hit. 1-1. That one also fouled back, now runs 1-2. So far, they're definitely looking for the pitches that they want to hit. That one is just got a little bit under, and that one goes into foul territory. Oh, a good breaking pitch, and he'll line that out to left field. That'll be a good single. That'll be a long single out to left field. So now we're rocking first base runner on for this inning. It's always a good thing on offense. Definitely want to get your leadoff guy on. It was a good breaking ball, but that one he was just able to take all the way to the left side for an easy one hop all the way to the left fielder. So now they'll start out with their first base runner for this inning. I will say, Pierce, this is definitely a different Maharashtra team than we've seen yesterday. Not a lot to put up so far, but hopefully they'll be able to wake up soon later in this game.
Yeah, they still seem to be in their sleep somewhat. They would be wanting to respond like they did yesterday.
And a good throw to the catcher, and they got him. Maharashtra being able to limit the runners on the base paths as he gets gunned down at second. So now one out and the bases are cleared. Uttarakhand will have to hit the reset button. It's just one of those you got to have a quick pop time as a catcher, and he was just able to get it out and a perfect throw down to second base to the shortstop. And he was able to apply the tag before he was able to touch the base there. So that will be one out on the inning.
They're trying to
There we
steal
go.
a base there, but very unfortunate.
There we go. Strike one on the count now. So it runs 2-1. Finally get to see a little bit of the Maharashtra defense that we saw yesterday, being able to get the outs when they need to. Now it's fouled off to the right side. Now two strikes, one ball in the count. Rock can be able to make good contact so far. Seems to be able to put it in the field of play. Now when he does get in the field of play, over to the right side, ranging back, and he will make the catch out in right field. So now two down on the inning for Maharashtra.
You would say they are struggling in this innings, Uttarakhand, and Maharashtra somewhat getting into the groove once again.
Indeed, now we're finally starting to see what Maharashtra has been doing yesterday on defense, limiting opponents to the bare minimum. So now two outs on the inning and a dribble over to the third base side, ranging over to make the play. He will get him just in time. Now Maharashtra a 1-2-3. I guess a 1-2-3 inning if you count the runner getting on and being able to throw him out there. So now they will head to the bottom of the second as they get ready to come around to the bat for the second time. We'll be right back. Take a look back some of the highlights here. They were able to get the leadoff runner on via base hit, but Maharashtra coming down with a throw on second, and they will get him there. So now they were able to have Uttarakhand hit the reset button on their offense. From there, a couple of great plays, ranging over. Now they're getting ready to hit for the second time, going into the bottom of the second. So hopefully for this inning, we'll be able to see the offense that we've seen yesterday from them. Still tied at one apiece. Misses high for ball one. So far, Uttarakhand has been doing very well on the pitching side, being able to limit Maharashtra to mostly a minimum, trying to keep them off base paths, but it's going to be the defense that's going to be costing them, and that will go a long way out to left field, and that will clear the tree line out there, so he will hold up at second for a ground rule double. That was just a hard line drive out to the trees, and able to pull that one hard, and just to clear the road on that first hop, and then a couple of hops later, it goes past the tree line. So now Maharashtra will have their leadoff hitter on for the second time this game. Now an opportunity to try and take the lead here for the first time this game as well. Attempted pickoff right there. It gets back quickly. Second baseman ranging over to cover the bag. And that one barely foul off the left side on the other side of third base. It's now 0-1 on the count. Still holding the runner on at second, 0-1 offering. Curveball that misses high and outside. Now count runs 1-1. Second baseman definitely staying close to the bat to try and keep the runner as close to as he can. 1-1 offering. That one misses outside, goes 2-1. The charity drives that down the left field line. That will go foul. So now it runs 2-2 here. Still no outs on the inning for Uttarakhand. Maharashtra trying to take the lead for the first time this game with a runner on second. Tries to do the pickoff. He's not even at the bag, and he'll get over to third. And now he's going to try and come home. The relay will come up late, and he will score. Maharashtra finally takes the lead for the first time this game, and it's now 2-1. And that one right there was just straight up miscommunication. Wasn't close to the bag, and the pitcher throws it over his head into right center, and the runner from second will come around to score easily. And that's the kind of errors you don't want to have in a game like this, Piyush. Very close game, and every error could cost you dearly.
Yeah, once again, the Maharashtrians showing how quick they are, and it is a game of margins. And the throw maybe slightly on the other side could have been into his hand. This time he will fall short, and that will be the first one out for Maharashtra.
Indeed, finally get it out on the inning right there. But after the run scores, they're now trying to work from behind here. That right there is just a good curveball, rolled over that one to the third base. Trying to range over to make that play, but they will get him just in time for the first out of the inning for Uttarakhand. So now a quick offensive timeout.
Maharashtra is a kind of a team which can really hurt you if you don't take your chances. Uttarakhand will really want to buckle up a little more so that they can keep things tight.
Indeed, that was lined out into left field. Another base hit for Maharashtra. Now we're finally getting to see that offense come alive a little bit. The runner on first, only one out. An opportunity for Uttarakhand to turn two here and try and get out of the inning. And pick off over to first, and he'll get back. And he'll try and bunt that time, but he will pull back. Now we'll miss high. One ball to start out the count.
One thing which I really like about Maharashtra is they don't try to smack the ball every time for a home run. They try to play it in the gaps. They try to keep it moving. They try to add those base runners in and put the pressure on the opposition, which is a very good tactic compared to the others.
Indeed. He'll try and looks like he tried to square around the bunt that time, but instead, fake bunt attempt, and the runner will steal second. So now Maharashtra, another runner in scoring position on the day. Now we got several fielders coming over from Uttarakhand. Apparently, they're trying to. Looks like they're trying to say he might have come off the bag.
Well, once the umpire has given it safe, the decision is not going to change, just causing a further delay for no reason, rather, I would say.
Judgment calls are strictly judgment calls, as that one's popped up and out of play for strike two. Oh, never mind. Looks like he did catch it. So now two outs on the inning for Uttarakhand and a chance to try and get out to limit the damage. But a good pitch and a ball sliced down the line, and that goes fair. So the runner from second will score, and he will stop at second as that ball is out of play for a ground rule double. Maharashtra will add another run on the board.
Excellent stuff. This once again using the pace, very quick to pounce on whenever the opportunity to complete the run, and also once again a runner onto the second base as well.
Indeed, it's now Maharashtra goes up 3-1 here in the bottom of the second. Two outs, but it's just one thing about baseball. Doesn't matter how many you got, you keep going until it gets to three. Now here we go, another ball lined out into left center, and that will get down for another base hit. And Uttarakhand throwing it all the way home, and that will not be in time. Another one will come across. Maharashtra now goes up 4-1, and now they're starting to string hits together to put runs across the plate. And that right there, that's just straight up contact hitting right there. You just got to take advantage of what's given to you. Puts that right into left center where there's not a whole lot of defense right there, but a great effort right there to try and get him out at home. But Maharashtra's too quick on the base pass to try and get out that easily. That one goes high and inside, and he'll miss, and Maharashtra takes another bag. So runner will move up to second that time on the steal. Mark another stolen base down for them. And now they got a runner in scoring position with 2 outs, looking to try and keep the momentum going. That was hit hard out the left field, and that will get by the center fielder, and that will get all the way to the edge of the tree line. He'll get to second, and he will not stop. He's going for third. He will get in there standing up, and that run will score from second. And it's now 5-1. Maharashtra finally coming alive here in the second inning.
What we were expecting has eventually started to happen. The game getting a little one sided once again, like yesterday. But that is the difference between the two sides.
Indeed, and the fact that they're doing it all with 2 outs just crush it. It just puts a lot of psychological pressure on the defense to try and get that last out. You know that each time they put a runner on and another run comes across the plate with 2 outs, it just does not make it any better for them. So here we go, coming out of the defensive timeout by Uttarakhand. Maharashtra, a runner on third, looking to try and increase the lead even more. Currently sitting at a 5-1 so far. And they are not stopping, and that clears the tree lines, and that is gone. Finally, a little bit of a power swing that time for Maharashtra, and it's now 7-1.
He
This
absolutely
is one of those.
smoked that one. Did he?
Indeed. It's just one of those that if you leave it up in the zone, it's going to go somewhere and it won't come back.
And Maharashtra race on to 7 runs now. The lead by 6, which is absolutely big at the moment.
And if they keep hitting like this for the rest of this inning, it will more than likely grow. As we take a look at that swing here. This is one of those, leave a pitch up in the zone, and he did not hesitate on that one, and that went long and far, clearing the tree line out there in left center. And it's thumbs up right there at the camera, and now Uttarakhand will have a pitching change here in the bottom of the second.
It just goes to show how costly that chance missed has turned out to be. They were only on 2 runs when that catch was dropped after a couple of outs. And now they end up scoring another 5 more, where they could have ended the innings for Maharashtra.
Indeed. It's the little mistakes that start to snowball and leads to bigger innings like that. So now Uttarakhand in a very deep hole at the moment, 7-1. Maharashtra has yet to slow down on offense. That one goes in there for a called strike, so now the count runs 1-2. Uttarakhand coming out with a pitching change now. Already got 2 strikes on this hitter, and that was popped up way up into left field, and that will be caught for out number 3. So Maharashtra putting up a crooked number here in the second inning, taking advantage of all their opportunities on the base paths and a very huge home run to increase that lead. So now 7-1 as we go into the bottom, as we go into the third inning. 7-1. We will be right back. So now here we go. We are in the third inning now. Uttarakhand coming up to bat for the third time this game here. Now we'll miss ball 1. Maharashtra, a crooked inning, now leading 7-1 here. Swung on, fouled back, and it goes 1-1 now. Uttarakhand definitely had the errors that led to a lot of runs for Maharashtra this game. Miscue on the base, miscue on an attempted pickoff. And he'll foul that one off to the right side. And that will be dropped, and it was fair. And a very rare error by Maharashtra, and the leadoff man will get on for Uttarakhand. Looks like that one is a bit of miscommunication there, so now it will allow the runner on. And Uttarakhand getting another leadoff man on to start the inning. Swing and a miss there for strike 1. And welcome back, Piyush. Didn't really miss much. Finally got a runner on first with Uttarakhand.
Yeah, apologies for the technical glitch.
Well, that's perfectly all right. Count currently 1-1. Uttarakhand looking to try and put some more runs on the board here in the third inning. One and a good curveball there. Strike 2. An opportunity for a 2-out play here. Strike him out, throw him out at second. 1-2 offering. Low and outside. Count will run now 2-2. Not a bad spot to miss there, but now he'll have to come back into the zone on this one to try and get it out. So far, Maharashtra, no outs on the inning, looking to try and get there first and make it a manageable situation. Now another curveball there, misses low and outside. Count runs 3-2 full. So now this is a scenario where you definitely want an action pitch. Want to get it in the zone, give your catcher a chance to throw him out a second if he gets strike three. So here we go, 3-2. And he got him swinging that time, so now out number one on the inning for Maharashtra. And another strikeout for the pitching staff.
You could see the pressure on his face to connect that one. Missing out once again for the third time. Very unfortunate.
Indeed. So now one out on the inning for Maharashtra. An opportunity for a double play here if the ball gets hit on the infield. And curveball missing in the other batter's box there for ball one. Try to do the same thing there. Now 2-0 this time. Back-to-back breaking balls, both missing in the same spot. What does that tell you, Piyush? So now 2-0 pitch. Tries to go inside that time, and that will miss in. Count runs 3 balls, no strikes. Uttarakhand looking to try and put multiple runners on this time. Big swing and a miss for strike one. You can definitely tell he got a 3-0 green light to swing at that one.
They seem to be swinging for their lives here. Just trying to go for the big hits on every single pitch.
And not that time. That will be ball 4, and now Uttarakhand with 2 runners on at first and second. We talked about this earlier. You can't let the smaller mistakes snowball into a big inning. Maharashtra being threatened here by a big inning from Uttarakhand to try to get back into this game. So far, it's been mostly an error on the leadoff man, and now a walk puts 2 runners on here for Uttarakhand. Maharashtra 1 out on the inning so far, looking to try and get out of the jam.
Rana is someone who hit that home run yesterday.
And that will be a wild pitch there. The runners will both move up. Now runners on second and third, an opportunity to score 2 on a base hit to the outfield. So now it looks like we got time on the field at the moment.
Yeah, the coach trying to calm their nerves because he knows how crucial this stage is in this game. Because one hit can really give them 3 runs altogether as well.
Indeed. So now coming out of the defensive timeout there, hopefully a little bit calmed down. It looks like we got So here we go. We are back in it now. One out here from Maharashtra in the top of the third inning. And we got runners on second and third for Uttarakhand. So far, a 1-0 count on the wild pitch that moved both runners up a base. On this low goes 2-0 now on the count. Breaking ball for strike one. A good spot there. So now currently at a 2-1 count, looking to try and get back into this thing. Force contact here. Try and limit the damage and keep Uttarakhand off the board for the third inning. That will miss inside. Now runs 3-1. Now runs 3-1 on the count. Now threatening to load the bases here in the top of the third. Three one, and that one misses outside for ball four. So now Uttarakhand with the bases loaded, one out here in the top of the third. Maharashtra is looking at a pretty big jam here.
A massive opportunity this for Uttarakhand.
Now it looks like here there'll be a pitching change for Maharashtra. Currently 7-1 here in the top of the third. Maharashtra holding on to the lead for the time being.
You got to say Uttarakhand have put on a fight here, not letting it go very easy.
So now we've got a little conversation with the head coach and the umpire. Not sure what about. So now here we go from the pitching change. Maharashtra trying to deal with a bases loaded jam here in the top of the third. Uttarakhand with an opportunity to try and add on to their current total and cut the lead here. 7-1 still in Maharashtra's favor. And a blazing fastball there for strike one catches the bottom part of the zone.
Straight away on the money there, the new pitcher.
That was hard swing and fouled back into over the batter's eyes. So now, or I guess over the fence, and now 0-2 already on the count. So now an 0-2 count already for Maharashtra, looking to try and get a second out here on the inning. Looked like a slider out that time. Now runs 1-2. Looking to try and make him chase. But he did not fall for it that time, and now another chance to try and go at him right here. Swing and a miss and a back pick to first. They will be close, but at least they will get the strikeout that time. So now it will be 2 outs on the inning for Maharashtra.
Yeah, the change in the pitcher has worked for Maharashtra. Still the base is loaded, but with the new man in now,
Indeed, give credit to Maharashtra bringing in a new pitcher, having to play the fireman role, because whenever you have a fireman, they're known to put out fires, especially in baseball. You got to have a guy that's really good at getting out of the jams here. So far, this guy has done really well for Maharashtra. Blazes one in for strike one. Currently dealing with a bases loaded jam, having to come in like that. Very good poise so far. He's just putting the ball right in the zone for them to try and go after. 0-1. That one missed a little low that time. Evens out at 1-1. So now Uttarakhand still threatening here in the top of the third. And that one's fouled. Now 1-2.
you can see
So
the
now this is
tension
what
in the eyes of the batter.
indeed, this is the opportunity Maharashtra's been waiting for. An opportunity to get out of the inning here. 1-2, 2 outs. And he will get the called strike three, and that will be the end of the inning. Maharashtra gets out of there unscathed. Uttarakhand striking, or trying to strike, but will not be able to take advantage. They will get out of there and leave them all stranded on the base paths. So now 7-1 as Maharashtra gets off the field.
A huge opportunity missed there for Uttarakhand. They could have definitely at least half in the deficit there. But kudos to Maharashtrian team for changing their pitcher and somehow managing to keep it tight and restricting them to absolutely nothing in the innings. And maybe another 4 runs in this innings will end the game as well on the mercy rule.
Indeed, Maharashtra now coming back up to bat in the bottom of the third, looking to try and end the game here if they can. So now here we go, bottom of the third. Maharashtra coming back to the plate for the third time today. As they managed to escape a jam in the top half of the third. They still lead at 7-1. An opportunity trying to end the game here via the mercy rule. 4 runs to go as we get started here at the bottom of the third. That will bounce all the way back to the net for ball one.
The scoreline does not really show us how close actually the game has been. A few things here and there for Uttarakhand would have really maybe put them in the lead as well.
Indeed. A couple of key errors back in the second inning for Uttarakhand on defense. Now they are already in the hole 7-1 against Maharashtra. Ball hit hard to the shortstop and a throw over, and they will get it in time for out number one. That right there is just your normal defensive routine play. Just a rollover off the bat there over to the shortstop. Fielded clean time on a big hop. And he'll get the throw over to first in time for the first out of the inning. Now it's hit hard down the line and a couple of hops out to the left fielder. And he'll corral it. And that will be a base hit for Maharashtra. So 1 out so far on the inning. Another batter steps in. And he'll hit that one out to right field, and that will fall foul. That will be Strike one there. Uttarakhand trying to keep Maharashtra off the base pass. The big fly out to center field. It looks like it got down there. Couldn't tell what happened there, but it looks like hopefully the replay will provide a bit of an explanation there.
It seems like the opportunity has been missed.
Let's see. Curly got a runner on second. I couldn't tell if he caught that or not. I bobbled this up in the zone for ball one. In any case, looks like he did tag up there, so now it looks like it's 2 down for Maharashtra in the inning. A back pick that time, and he'll get back in just in time. Good job on. If you take a look back, a big fly out to center field. So it looks like he was able to catch it, but the runner did tag. So now it's runner scoring position here for Maharashtra. 2 outs on the inning. Adam, this is up and in, ball two. Two-0 pitch misses way upstairs, so now it's ball three on the count. Maharashtra threatening to put another base runner on here in the bottom of the third. Bigger lead this time for the runner on second.
And that is another ball, and he will be allowed to walk through.
All right, so now 2 on for Maharashtra here in the bottom of the third. 2 outs, though, for Uttarakhand to try and get out of the inning with no damage allowed. And a hard ground ball through the left side, and that will get over to third there. Runner at first, and now it looks like the bases are loaded here. It's now a big opportunity for Maharashtra to try and put the game away.
Yeah, just one mighty blew away now. If we can connect that one.
Now we'll go in there for a called strike one. Currently now bases loaded with 2 outs for Maharashtra in the bottom of the third. Uttarakhand looking to try and get off the field here with no damage. And a ground ball roll over to get the throw over, and he is safe. It looks like he got pulled off the bag there. So a run will score. Take a look back at a quick replay here. hard chopper over to shortstop. He tried to go to third to get the force play, but it goes over to first, and it looks like he did come off. Looks like he may have come off the bag a little bit, so that will allow the runner to score. It looked like there he was also. It looks like they were also trying to get one on the back end as well. So now 2 runs will score, and it's 9-1 Maharashtra.
Yeah, that split second of hesitation, allowing them to get those couple of runs. Had he decided pre-handed that he would have thrown on the first base, then it would have been much easier.
It is now runners on first and third. Looks like the winning run on first now for Maharashtra. Now it looks like they're having a bit of a conference out on the mound. Still 2 outs on the inning, and looks like they are. It's like all the umpires are going back to take a look at this play. I don't know if they do. Do you know if they do replays or not?
I don't think they have the facility of seeing the plays and changing the decisions
Yeah,
once the
from the way
umpire
I
calls it.
yeah, from the way I understood it, judgment calls are strictly judgment calls. There's nothing really you can do to try and overturn that. Looks like they'll be walking off the field at the moment. I'm not really sure what's going on.
It seems like they're not happy with the decision of the umpire, but that is not going to change. I don't understand the reason for the delay.
So taking a look at the play now, looks like not much has really changed from that. So now it looks like they'll be going through a pitching change for. Yeah, there'll be another pitching change here, and then we'll get the game back underway. So we'll be right back after this. Oh, never mind. We are going right back into it. So now 2 outs here. Potential winning run on first for Maharashtra. And he tries to go for second. He'll get in there and he'll go home. And he's safe, and the ball gets away. So now Maharashtra adding their 10th run of the game. Now they'll get their winning run over to third. That one there is just a good old-fashioned double steal. Tries to go to second, forces his throw, and then tries to come back home for that one. Tips off the glove, and that will be missed. And now that'll allow the runner to get over to third. So now it's 10-1 Maharashtra with a hopeful winning run on third. And still 2 outs on the inning. Hard hit, and that will get by the shortstop, and it looks like that will be it as they now reach 11 runs. And that's just a hard hit ball to try and make that play there. You can't really do much about that. So now Maharashtra will take an 11-1 lead here in the bottom of the third.
That is what the discussions are going on. Maybe they have a mistake in the score. The umpires think that the game is over.
Well, it definitely seems like it. Now, well, batter stepping in. Seems like Uttarakhand is trying to come off, or they're looking to. Yep, they'll be walking off the field, and looks like that will be it.
Really
Yep, that will be
excellent from
it.
winning this quarterfinal, the first quarterfinal, cementing their place in the semifinals.
Indeed, Maharashtra started out slow, but now they are finally coming on, and they now take a strong 11-1 victory here over Uttarakhand in 3 innings. A very good job by the pitching staff holding them to only 1 run over those 3 innings. Meanwhile, the offense stringing hits together in a towering home run in the second inning that snowballed due to a pickoff error by Uttarakhand.
I don't think the scoreline tells the exact story of the game. It was much closer than 11-1 for sure. A couple of chances here and there had Uttarakhand taken those, it could have gone either way. A good fight, you might say, with by Uttarakhand, but a very sorry scoreline in the end.
Indeed. So now Maharashtra will move on to the semifinals. That will be it for this first game. We'll be coming back to our second match after this. It should be Andhra Pradesh versus Haryana, according to the schedule. So we will be right back, and we hope you enjoyed your viewing here on Diamond Dreams streaming network. This is Eli Wilder and Pius Nathani. Thank you all, and have a great day.
Thank you.
got any more Coke Zeros in that fridge? Try not to laugh. Call that sleeping in. But yeah, I mean, you adjust to it. Yeah, I had the last game on in the background. I saw the catcher from Maharashtra. Hey, everybody. Welcome back to game number 2 of day number 3. It's the semifinals of the Senior National Baseball Championship, the 2025, the 38th annual tournament. And we're live in Amravati, Maharashtra. I'm coming at you from Portland, Oregon. My color man, Eli Wilder, is coming at you from, man, I was going to say
North,
Knoxville, Tennessee, but he's camping somewhere. I'm not sure where.
North
Where are you
Carolina.
coming at us?
Be Bryson City, North Carolina.
North Carolina. All right, we're across the country from each other. We're across the entire Pacific Ocean from the country of India, but we are ready for another day of baseball. We already saw Maharashtra get a win and move on to the semifinals. Now we have another quarterfinal matchup between Andhra Pradesh and Haryana. Once again, my name is Ryan Oppenheimer, along with Eli Wilder. Eli, you were a part of the last game's broadcast. Before we get into this next one, what were your takeaways from the opener for today?
Well, obviously you have Maharashtra. They put on a great show in the games that they played yesterday, but today came out a little bit slow. Got after the first inning, tied at 1, but then they started doing what they did best, putting that on ball, some power swings, and then pitching shut it down in the third inning to give them the win pretty much. Took a commanding lead going into the third 7-1, and then finally shut it down to finish the game 11-1 against Uttarakhand, and now they're moving on to the semifinals.
That's right. They really put it together toward the end of that game. And we've seen a lot of Maharashtra action so far, with them playing 2 games on this field yesterday and winning both of them by a wide margin, getting another win today. But here we get to see 2 teams that haven't played on this field yet. 2 states that are looking to make it to the semifinal round of this tournament, and it looks like it should be a good one. We're getting started here.
Yeah, it definitely looks like it's going to be a good one, and currently warming up on the field at the moment. And yeah, it looks like we're about to get started right here.
Yeah, here we go. Andhra Pradesh is wearing blue, while Haryana has white uniforms with some tan pants. And here we go. The pitcher for Andhra Pradesh is number 16, getting the start today. And so far it's a 1-1 count. That pitch is in there for a strike.
So far,
Called
so
it a ball.
good. Here pitching is key, especially in these shorter games. You don't want to let it get too out of hand, or else it will definitely spiral out of control.
Oh man, I think that ball was speared at short, and he is celebrating the play he just made. Andhra Pradesh fired up after the defensive web gem. Let's see another look at that. Infield was playing way back. They're respecting this hitter's power. And look at that leaping catch made by the shortstop. That was a sight to behold. And that's an explosive out number 1.
Indeed. It's always defensive plays that help set the tone for what the game's going to be like. And that one right there is just a heck of a play. Had to definitely get up there just to be able to get it, but he came down with the ball, and that's a good out number 1 right there.
Second pitch of this at-bat is well inside. That makes 2 balls and no strikes. Breaking pitch is in the zone. First strike. We appreciate everybody tuning in. 26 viewers at the moment. Hopefully that number grows and grows over the course of the day. Count now 3-1 to the 2-hole hitter for Haryana. And he got in front of that ball and fouled it off. We appreciate those of you who tuned in yesterday and are tuning in again today. Hopefully you enjoyed the show yesterday, and we're looking forward to bringing you an even more detailed broadcast this time around. As looks like the hitter will get a free first base. First base runner of the day for Haryana. That pitch is high. 1 ball, no strikes. And the batter steps out of the box before the pitch was even thrown. Turns out that was a good decision. It's 2-0. Next pitch. Outside upper corner of the zone. That is called a strike. Really nice spot there. 2-1 count. Runner on first. 1 out. The pitch, a swing and a drive into left field. It splits the outfielders and it finds the grass. Center fielder with the throw back in, and the runner is going to retreat to first base. So a long single. The runners were hesitating a little bit because they weren't sure if it was going to be caught, and that ends up holding them at first and second base. But still a great piece of hitting.
Yeah, that one right there was just a bit of miscommunication between the left fielder and the center fielder, so that will put 2 runners on for Haryana. Hopefully it won't be able to spiral too much out of control. Excuse me.
Bless you. Yeah, it was also just like a perfectly placed hit right between those 2 outfielders. And it was hit quite a ways deep into the outfield. So now a runner in scoring position, and this is going to be popped up near first base, and I'm not sure where the ball went. I think it was not caught, and I believe the ball went out of play, and the runners will get a free base. There's a little bit of uncertainty right now. Base runners are stopping in their tracks. Let's take another look at this.
Indeed. Take a look. Ball flies over into foul. It tipped off of his glove, but it looks like that was actually fair, and that one rolled out of play, so that means everybody will be moving up a bag.
Very interesting play. Already some chaos in the
It's like
infield.
umpire signaling runners on second and third right there. So still 2 outs, but runners in scoring position for Haryana.
So the Andhra Pradesh pitcher walked the first batter and then gave up 2 hits. Although the second one may be considered an error, up to the discretion of the scorer. Would have been a tough defensive play regardless. But runners on second, third, and an 0-1 count. Swing and a miss. Great breaking pitch.
Indeed, definitely want to try and make some breaking pitches, especially with 2 outs on a batter.
Another swing and a miss. That's a strikeout, and that's the end of the frame. So a chaotic top half of the first. Had some action on the base paths, but the Andhra Pradesh pitcher ends up being able to get out of the jam with some quality 2-strike pitches. And we head to the bottom of the first, still scoreless. You're watching the Senior National Baseball Championship on the DDA streaming network. We'll be back after this short break. Welcome back to this matchup between Andhra Pradesh and Haryana. You see the Andhra Pradesh women's team watching on, cheering on. As Andhra Pradesh will go to bat for the first time. We'll also get to see our first look at the Haryana pitching staff. Anshul getting the start, wearing number 6, a right-hander. At just 18 years of age. Just on this team alone, you see a very wide age range. You see some people born as late as 2007, and some players born as early as 1996.
Definitely got me by a few years, I'll tell you that right now. I feel old already.
Here we go. In the bottom of the first. That pitch fouled away. The count is even. Here's the next pitch. Batter gets a hold of it, and the pitcher does not like what he sees. That's going to drop in front of the outfielders for a base hit.
That right there is just having a good straight-on approach, and never mind, just off the glove of the shortstop there, and that will dribble all the way into the outfield. Valiant effort right there, but instead it will fall out and give Andhra Pradesh their first base runner of the day.
A lefty wearing number 18 steps into the batter's box. ball and a strike now. Here's the pitch. Swung at and missed. Was swung over the baseball right there. And count now 1-2. Pitch breaks outside. That's ball 2.
Especially right now with the 2-2 count, got to be careful, especially when you got a runner on.
2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. And he's out. A strikeout in a big situation for Haryana. And that's out number 1.
Yeah, all it takes is just getting the first out of an inning to shift momentum back to the defense here, and got an opportunity to try and get a double play on the inning.
Pickoff attempt at first, I think, did not nail the runner. Pitcher having a word with his first baseman right now.
Really good pickoff attempt, but you got to wait until at least the batter is far off enough to where they're starting to shift their momentum over to second.
It's over the plate for a strike. Good job from this pitcher getting ahead in the count early. A first pitch strike is one of the most important things as a pitcher.
Well, one of at least.
Count now even after the ball goes over the batter's head. A 1-1. A bunt attempt. Not sure if he made contact. It's in the catcher's mitt. And I don't think he pulled back his bat in time. That's going to be a ball. He did retreat the bat in time. So it's now 2-1. Vanaparthi Tirumala at the plate. And he takes a ball low and away. Now 3-1.
That's something you definitely want to be careful with, especially in a hitter's count right here. You definitely got another strike to work with, but if it's right there, you better take advantage of it.
And that's going to be ball 4. And the jog to first base for Tirumala. That makes 2 base runners now for Andhra Pradesh. The lineup trying to continue this rally and get a run across for an early lead in the bottom of the first inning. First pitch from Anshul is a strike down the middle. And that's a short chopper that dribbles past the second baseman And he's got backup. Past the pitcher, excuse me. The second baseman was able to pick the ball up. And I think that the play was made at first base. Couldn't quite tell with the camera. Looks like he did reach base, so the bases are loaded. So an early jam for Anshul of Haryana. Let's see how he operates. Got to be careful
It's
here.
always getting those first pitch strikes there.
Putting pressure on the batter with that first pitch strike. Here's the next pitch. Swing and a foul tip into the netting at the backstop. So that is an 0-2 count. Swing, and not sure if he got the bat. Will he live to fight another pitch? I believe he will. Either way, it was a very wild pitch. Would have been better off taking that one.
Indeed, it looked like it might have tipped off of his bat, so that's what the umpire got from that, which allows him to still be in the box for another pitch.
Another breaking pitch, and this time it is hit softly to second base, and the throw at first not in time. At least, or so it looked. And Andhra Pradesh is able to get a run across on the dribbler single. Like a slider maybe from the pitcher. Couldn't quite tell if he beat out the throw at first base. It's still 1 out. It appears that he did. So Andhra Pradesh gets their first run, and they lead 1-0. The pitch is hit sharply to third base and past it. And that's a fair ball.
It looked like
And
right
that scores
there,
another run.
He was trying to field it. Yeah, especially on this right here, we take a look. He manages to get that down the line. Third baseman trying to field it via backhand, but tips off the edge, and that allows another run to score. Dribbles away and gets the runners to move up 1, at least to third base.
That's right. Now, runners at the corners. And it's 2-0 Andhra Pradesh, still with 1 out of the frame. Really put pressure on the Haryana defense early by loading the bases. And now the runner on first will steal second.
So great opportunity here for Andhra Pradesh to try and bring in more runs because they've already got 2, and we're going to keep tacking on at this point.
The 0-2 pitch down the middle, taken for strike 3. And that's a clutch strikeout. And that's going to be
3 right there.
That is going to be the third out of the frame. Andhra Pradesh is able to get 2 runs, but Haryana limits them from getting more. So some scoring action at the end of the first inning, and we will head to the second after this short break on the DDA streaming network. We are back for inning number 2 here at Amravati. It's the quarterfinal round of the Senior National Baseball Championship. Ryan Oppenheimer along with Eli Wilder, and Andhra Pradesh takes the field once more, working with a 2-0 lead over Haryana. First pitch is a strike.
So far, Andhra Pradesh has done a really good job of putting the ball in play this past half inning, just forcing pressure on the defense and really being able to put the ball anywhere they want on the field. I mean, it also resulted in a few errors in the process, but they were able to push 2 across and start out the first inning.
1-1 pitch, low and outside corner, called a ball.
It just mostly depends on the umpire and what kind of zone that they like. That one looked a little bit low. Possible shot at the bottom part of the zone as well.
That pitch jams the batter inside, fouled backwards for strike 2. Two-two pitch is popped to the opposite field, and that is out number 1. It's caught by somebody. So a good start from the Andhra Pradesh pitcher, inducing poor contact. Next pitch is high and off the catcher's mitt. That's ball 1. And that drops in for a strike. It is 1-1. Next pitch. Same spot and same result. That is a strike. And that next pitch is swung at and hit high in the air and caught in the infield by the first baseman for out number 2. And this Andhra Pradesh team is operating as one right now. The entire infield having that little huddle, celebrating the defensive play. And the base is still empty for Haryana with 2 outs. Going to be key for them to get that first run across somehow. The team who scores first in baseball often wins. First pitch was called a ball. Getting set for the next. The 1-0. Low and outside corner. And it's 2-0. Just outside the zone. Okay. Hey, welcome back, everybody. We apologize for the short cutout there. There was a power issue on site, but thank you to everyone who got that fixed right away. And we're excited to bring you the rest of the action here in Amravati. It's still Haryana taking on Andhra Pradesh. Andhra Pradesh is at the plate right now. The starting pitcher for Haryana, Anshul, is still throwing pitches, and he gets a swing and a miss. Great pitch there to the lefty.
Indeed. Still, last we checked was 2-0. Andhra Pradesh putting up 2 runs in the first inning, but hopefully we'll be able to have graphics sorted out here in a second so we'll all be able to find out what's going on here.
That pitch is not called a strike. And the count is 1-1. Here's the pitch.
Ooh,
Right down the middle. That was very good. It started like it was going to go well out of the zone, and then it curved right back in there, right over the plate.
Indeed. You know if it's a good-looking breaking ball if you can get a really good diagonal curve on it, and that just broke right back over the zone.
That's lunged at and missed. That's strike 3. And the inning is over. Haryana ending the frame. We'll update you on the score and the happenings of this game whenever we can. But for now, we'll be back after this short break. Haryana will go to bat once more. All right, top of the third inning, getting going here on the DDA live stream. Welcome back to the Senior National Baseball Championship in Amravati. Haryana working with a 2-run deficit, and just with a short rally, they are very close to making this a close game. That is called strike one. Now 1-1 the count.
So far, the name of the game has just been all pitching, just really been really efficient from both sides so far.
Indeed, and Andhra Pradesh was able to get 2 runs across, but a lot of it was due to misplays in the field. There haven't been any real solid connections with the bat quite yet. And the 2-1 pitch in there for strike 2. Count is now even at 2 balls, 2 strikes to the Haryana leadoff hitter. Upstairs, and the count is full.
This is definitely a situation where you don't want to try and do too much with it. You just got to be able to put it in the zone and allow the hitter to try and get himself out in a way.
And that pitch goes inside. It hit the batter. And on a full count.
I don't know if that hit him or not. I mean, if it did, it would have probably would have ricocheted somewhere, but it looks like it just missed him on the inside. So luckily, either way, that still puts a runner on first, and Haryana finally starting off with a runner on base.
I think that will go down as a walk. And second batter of the inning swings and misses at the first pitch. Runner on first, no outs. Pickoff attempt at first. The throw not in time. Pitcher gets the ball back. Gets set. In a stretch position. Throws the pitch. Drops in for strike 2.
So yeah, that's been the name of the game for Andhra Pradesh pitching. It's just mostly been able to force runs right there, but
A play at first on something of a swinging bunt, and now looks like he got him. A great play from the pitcher, fielding the ball that dribbled right in front of home plate and making the throw.
hold on, I got the coach coming out of the dugout, so I'm guessing it's probably going to be a close play.
Yeah, absolutely.
Actually, no, it looks like he got hit. We'll take a look at one of the players over there.
I think you might be right, Eli. It's just outside of the view here on this camera angle.
I'm willing to bet some good money. It was definitely a collision. I mean, those are hard to avoid, especially if you know you're trying to make a play on the ball to get the out. But it's baseball. Things like this definitely happen all the time.
Well, it's all smiles from the Andhra Pradesh pitcher. Hopefully everyone's okay here. Here's what's going on over at first base. And it looks like it was the base runner who is shaken up, walking off under his own power with his teammate's arm on his shoulder. Hopefully he's able to get back into this game, or at least be ready for the next one.
Indeed.
Collisions are part of the game, especially at first base and home plate. And we play on.
Indeed.
So it appears to be still no outs in the inning.
So it looks like
A bang play
I
at
guess he was
first.
safe there.
He was safe. A ball and no strikes. And the pitch is in the dirt. Catcher makes the throw to third, and there's a rundown. Throw to second. Skips off the bag, and it's into the outfield, and the runner will take third base. So more defensive chaos.
Yeah, that one was one of those where it didn't look like the ball went that far, but it's just more perception of how you see it. So he did try and go, but at the same time, it caused the catcher to force the throw and then get the throw back over to second base, but he just couldn't stay in front of it that time, so that allowed the runner from third to be able to move up, or runner from second, I should say, to move up.
2-0. And now runners on second and third. That's called a strike. Here's the next pitch. It's upstairs. And it's a hitter's count. Haryana threatening with two runners in scoring position. A well-hit ball would tie it up, but that's going to be a walk to load the bases, I believe. Yes.
I don't see a runner on second. Did they call him out?
They may have called him out.
Well, if that be the case, it'd be runners on the corners with one down, an opportunity for a double play ball.
Guess that's what we'll go with. You're right. There isn't anyone here in this camera angle standing on second base. Here's the 1-0 pitch. It's hit hard and in the air to left field. That is gone. A great hit. Sneaks out of the park, and this game is flipped on its head. Haryana looked to be threatening to tie the game. They actually end up taking the lead. It's 3-2 Haryana on a 3-run home run in the third inning.
And that was the moment Haryana was waiting for. They were just waiting for one big swing, two runners on, and he did not miss that ball at all, and it just cleared the trees out in left field. So now Haryana, with the momentum and the advantage, all they have to do is just try it. All they have to do is try and keep building on that lead, and then hopefully it'll go somewhere.
Yeah, I wasn't trying to be wrong with the call, but I had a feeling that ball might be out when I saw the batter's reaction just immediately once that ball was off the bat. Tossed the bat to the side, and you could see the emotion.
Indeed, you can. In the eyes of a batter, you can tell if that was crushed or not. And that one right there, definitely crushed. Clear the tree line out in left field. Goodbye. That's not coming back anytime soon.
So far in this tournament, there have been some really impressive power hitters showcasing their talent. We saw it from Punjab yesterday. We saw it from Maharashtra. And now we've seen it from both of these two teams, but especially Haryana. A lot on the line here, a chance to move to the semifinal of the Men's Senior National Championship.
A great opportunity right here for either of these teams.
The bases are cleared. And I believe there's one out. Fouled away. Count stays at 1-2. Pitcher getting a quick infield meeting. And Haryana does not plan on taking their foot off the gas. Count again stays at 1-2 after the foul ball. The righty standing in for the pitch, and it's hit in the air to left field, high, and it bounces. Base hit for Haryana, and he will stay at first. It is a long and far single. A long and high single, excuse me.
That right there is just one of those where it looked like it was going into no man's land in between the shortstop and the left fielder, but at the same time, if you're trying to communicate, outfielder always has the priority to try and go after the ball. But that right there came up a little bit short, just right in front of him, so that allows Haryana to have another base runner to tack onto their lead.
There is one out, and there is a runner on first. And there's a pitch.
Have a pitcher change.
Indeed. It's another right-handed pitcher. And he'll get to work here against a righty batter. And he spikes that pitch in the dirt. Runner takes second quite easily. That'll go down as a wild pitch. And the count now 1-0. Here's the next pitch. Batter shows bunt and pulls back. But it's called a strike anyway. Now a swing and a drive into right field. It is not run down. Right center fielder is backed up by the right fielder. Batter rounding second. Going for home plate. He's in. So I can't see any base runners on there. I think that's an inside the park home run. It appears to be. That is another run on the board. No, it's a triple. It's a triple that scores the runner from second base. Excuse me.
Well, that's quite all right. As far as what we can tell from that, it was just one of those where, that was roped really well. But that brings home another one.
More action from the Haryana offense. Will plate the runner from third. It was a sharp grounder through the 5-6 hole.
As I was saying before, Haryana's already tacking it on very well. That triple looked like it got either as short of the right fielder, and like he tried to go in a do or die scenario and make a leaping play for it, but it wasn't enough. So now it will be another run scored, and it's 5-2. Haryana starting to pull away.
And looks like it'll be a very short stint on the mound for that pitcher. He is replaced. Andhra Pradesh looking for their best arm to get out of this troublesome inning where they have given up 5 runs, starting with a 3-run homer and then a pair of singles. That pitch is low for ball 1. You can see both women's teams are in attendance for this one. Inside pitch swung at and hit high, and it bounces in between 3 or 4 Andhra Pradesh players, and it's another hit. This Andhra Pradesh defense is struggling.
Well, that one right there is just no man's land between 4 different players, bounces up, but either way, they were still able to get the force out at second. So now we got 2 outs on the inning so far.
You're right. Maybe it was a strategic drop. I don't think it was on purpose, but it definitely worked the same way as if they had caught the ball. Five to 2 is the score. Haryana in the lead. They came into this inning trailing 2-0. They're now on top. Batter takes a pitch low and inside. Two balls, no strikes. The pitch is high and in. And it's a 3-0 count. There appears to be 2 outs in the inning. There is 2 outs in the inning. Runner on first. 3-0. In there. He needed a strike and he got one. In the dirt, that is ball 4, and a second base runner. Andhra Pradesh had a very good defensive first 2 innings, but it's all fallen apart here in the third.
And it's the little mistakes that start adding up and snowballing, and it's already led to 5 runs and possibly more if Haryana can take advantage.
Andhra Pradesh just looking for a way to get out of this inning and get their offense back out on the field. No balls and a strike. The pitch nearly hit the batter.
Little too close for comfort, but he was able to get out of the way that time.
I'm impressed. I can't believe it didn't hit him there. And a swing and a miss. A 1-2 count with 2 outs and 2 on in the third. The stretch and the delivery, looping just up and away. Up and in, I mean. And the runner at second actually stole third. So now runners at the corners. Two the count. Here's the pitch. A swing and a pop-up. It is caught at first base. And that's going to be the frame. Haryana puts up a 5 spot. They started the inning losing. They are now winning. And they are going to work with a 3-run lead as they take the field on defense after this short break. Haryana now on top of Andhra Pradesh. 3 innings down. 2 to go as we move on in this game on the DDA live stream. We'll be back in a moment. Welcome back, everybody, to the DDA live stream of the Senior National Baseball Championship in India. Haryana now working with a 3-run lead after a great offensive inning. Bottom of the third now. And this pitch is swung at, grounded to third. The throw at first, in time. He nailed him.
And that's what we call a web gem right there. Being able to charge up on that ball and a hard throw across the diamond beats him just in time for the first out of the inning.
So a quick first out for Haryana. And we'll try to make this a quick inning. Here's the first pitch. Low and away. Haryana still playing their starting pitcher out there, Anshul. And he delivers another that is grounded to second base and a routine play. 2 quick outs for the Haryana defense. Some weak contact from Andhra Pradesh. And all of a sudden, Andhra Pradesh is in a bit of a hole.
And that right there is just good Haryana pitching, being able to locate pitches and force contact, weak contact for that matter. Now they've already got 2 outs here in the inning.
That pitch in there for strike one. Here's the 0-1. It slips out of the pitcher's hands behind the batter. And an even count, 1-1. Low and away, doesn't get the call. Five to Haryana. They flipped the game on its head in the previous frame. And here's another ground out. Infield making sound plays back to back to back. And that is a quick bottom of the third. Haryana maintaining their 3-run lead. And we head to the fourth. Back for inning number 4 on the DDA live stream. Ryan Oppenheimer alongside Eli Wilder. And Haryana gets things started with a hard hit ball to center fielder, but it is caught. This game's moving pretty quickly now. 3 quick outs in the previous frame, and there's another one. One out here in the bottom or the top of the fourth. Sharply hit to third base. And there's another play made.
2 pitches, 2 outs. Can't be really mad at that. That was just a heck of a grab by the third baseman right there. He was able to make a throw over. First baseman catches that on the hop, and now already 2 down for Haryana in the top of the fourth.
It is extremely rare to see a 3-pitch inning. It's even more
You ever
rare
heard of a
than an
2-pitch inning
immaculate inning.
before?
I've never heard of. I mean, that might be possible now with the pitch clock in MLB, but
Oh no, this happened before the pitch clock.
you're gonna have to enlighten me on how that's even possible.
Well, it's a bit of a story, but how about we get to the how about we get in between innings, and I will gladly share that with the audience.
That's the fun of this game. So many little intricacies and oddities. 2 outs. A pop fly is caught near the pitcher's mound, and I think that is a 4-pitch inning. Can't quite tell if that
I
was a
believe it
3 or a
is.
4-pitch inning.
That was a 4-pitch inning right there.
Ah,
So close.
well, still, that's got to be the fastest 2 halves of an inning in immediate succession in this entire tournament.
So
Score
far.
is 5-2 Haryana on top of Andhra Pradesh still. And yeah, I think we have some downtime. I would love to hear about a 2-pitch inning.
Okay. So, to provide some prior context, the team we were playing, they had a kid get ejected earlier in the game for arguing a call, and since they didn't have any bench players, so when it came up to his spot in the lineup, it was basically ruled an automatic out. And as it happens, I was facing his spot in the lineup second, and the first kid I got out on a fly ball, then the automatic out happened, and then I got the 4-hole hitter out on a soft ground out to first. And so
Now,
that is how
I thought you
the 2-pitch inning happened.
I thought you were going to tell some story about something that happened in an MLB game. I had no idea that you actually witnessed it firsthand as a player. But that's pretty
Witnessed
cool.
it, and I also pitched that, so that was pretty cool.
Yeah. I mean, that's got to feel extra good if you're the pitcher, keeping your arm fresh.
Yeah. That helped out a little bit, but we were also winning that game.
Well, that is going to sneak past the shortstop for a base hit.
It looks like Andhra Pradesh is looking to try and answer this inning, only down by 3.
They need some runs and fast. Good start here to the 4th. The lefty standing in and taking a pitch for a strike. Now 1-1.
Don't be surprised if Andhra Pradesh is looking to try and move runners here. You got nobody down, runner on first, and down by 3. These try and make it a more advantageous situation.
That pitch is downstairs for ball 2. Top of the 4th inning, and that hit him in the foot. I think it hit the ground first and then hit him in the foot. And yeah, he is in a lot of pain.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if it hits the ground first. If it does hit him, even if it hits him after the ground, it's still ruled a dead ball, so he will get first base. But getting hit with a ball like that might take a while to walk off. That's for sure.
Yeah, he instantly buckled and was writhing in pain. His teammates rushed to his assistance. It doesn't look good. Hopefully he's able to recover quickly. He's going to try to walk off the field under his own power. And he is able to do
Yeah,
that.
that's good. More than likely, we'll have to bring on at least a pinch runner for him. So now that'll be runners on first and second. Still nobody out for Haryana. So now an opportunity for now an opportunity for them to tie the game here with 2 runners on and the tying run to the plate.
So the Haryana pitcher losing control just a little bit. Spiked a couple pitches in the dirt. He's thrown quite a few wild. And he has a little bit of a jam to work out of. He's going to stay out there on the mound. It is a flat mound, more of a softball circle for this field. I'd imagine that definitely affects how pitches are thrown.
Indeed, because if you got a more elevated mound, it gives you the opportunity to push off and be able to drive downhill. But with more flat ground, it's just you got to try and be able to create more of that on your own instead of having more of a slope. You're just having to work off of a flatter surface. And it won't be as hard of velocity, but it's enough to at least get it to the plate.
So far, we have seen a lot of offense in this tournament, especially from the top teams. And it's come in bunches. This ball is hit to short, and it eats up the shortstop. It bounces off his foot into left field. The throw home, not in time.
Uh-oh.
And there's a pickle at second and third base. Runner's going to try to take off for third. He is tagged out. Runner is being caught in no man's land there.
And that one right there is just a bit of a miscommunication on the runners. Got too far off the bag, but then once he got caught there, there's nothing else he could do, but not much to try to avoid the tag there. But we'll say Andhra Pradesh trades the out for the run, so now they cut the lead down to 2. And they still have the time run to play.
It is 5-3. Andhra Pradesh looking to claw back into this game. And that's sliced foul.
Right now they have about 5 outs to do that.
Batter choking up on the bat. And he takes the pitch. It's ball 1. Runner on first in a 5-3 ball game. Ball 2. Lower outside edge there from the pitcher. And I believe that's a strike. It is. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
That will move up, and the runner takes second there, so now another one in scoring position. And
that is just outside, right off the plate, and the count is full.
Look, really close to being a strike right there.
The pitcher Anshul has played the whole game so far, and this pitch is fouled away to the right side. It was driven down the line, but just outside of it. We'll have another payoff pitch with a man on second and one out. Another foul ball. The batter battling. Tying run at the plate. And so far, this has been the most competitive game of the tournament. Pickoff attempt. And the runner tried to steal third, and he is going to be tagged out. Over aggressive base running from Andhra Pradesh.
Is he out though? Because he dropped it, didn't he?
Man, I couldn't keep track of the ball. I just saw the glove hit the leg of the base runner. And you're right. I think he did drop it. He is safe.
Yeah, it still has to maintain possession of the ball even through the tag.
Yeah. I just completely lost track of the ball there, but pop up, and it's caught at third base.
It looks
Out
like
number
second
2.
base.
Yeah. Well, Andhra Pradesh has missed out on a couple opportunities here. They have one out left. No balls and a strike. That pitch is swung at and skied. That will land into the glove of the left fielder. And Andhra Pradesh will strand a couple base runners. That will be it for the top of the 4th inning. Andhra Pradesh not able to get any runs
Where's that
across.
bottom of the form?
I think you're probably right about that. You're right. This game is moving a lot faster than a lot of the ones in the past, but you're right. That is the end of the 4th. We have 1 inning to go in what could be the closest finish of the tournament. It is 5-3. Haryana still on top of Andhra Pradesh. And we will be back after this short break. Welcome back, everybody, to the Senior National Baseball Championship, the second game of the day. And Haryana is up to bat with a 2-run lead as we begin the fifth inning. Ryan Oppenheimer alongside Eli Wilder with you. And a leaping grab is not made by the second baseman. It's into right field, and it is a base hit. It looks like he'll get a free base then, and he will take second.
Yeah, that one right there definitely went out of play because the right fielder tried to play the hero and gun him out at first, but overthrowing the bag, going out of play, that will automatically get a run. That will automatically get the batter second base. So now, instead of a simple base hit to the outfield, it results in an extra bag off that error.
You're right, and it is very rare to see that play being made. Typically not worth even trying. Would have to be a very shallow ball into right field for it to even have a chance. And you'd have to have one heck of an arm as well. So the throwing error gives a free base to Haryana. The leadoff man reaches second. And the first pitch of the at-bat is hit sharply past the left fielder. He chases it down. He rounds first, will take second standing up. A hard hit ball into the left center gap is a double, and I believe that scores a run.
And that right there is just Haryana attacking on insurance. It was a hard hit ball out to left center, and had the left fielder ranging over to try and make the catch, but that would just hit right off of his glove and resulted in extra bases given up. So now 6-3 in Haryana's favor, just adding more at the end of the game.
Andhra Pradesh had some missed opportunities, making some outs on the base paths, and now they give up a run after 2 straight hits and an error to start the frame. Trying to get back on track here. Pitch high in the zone. It is hit high in the air and popped up to third base. Catch is made for out number 1.
Good job with the range on the shortstop right there. He was able to scoot back a little bit into the 6 hole. Short left center field, but still an easy play to keep the runner at bay on second.
I think the batter just missed a ball deep into the gap. Pitch was not the best. Could have been hit hard. But it ends up being out number 1. 1 ball, no strikes to the next batter. Man on second. Batter shows bunt and pulls back. Still called a strike. We haven't seen a whole lot of actual bunt attempts so far in the tournament. That's swung at, and it drops right in front of the center fielder. Batter rounds first, and going for second, he's out by a mile. Was indecisive there whether he should go or stay. And by the time he made his decision, he was right in the middle of the 2 bases. It does score another run, though, so he's able to distract the fielders into letting the run score from second.
Indeed, that one is just a nice hard hit ball into the gap. Center fielder tried to go for the run and gun scenario at home. At that point, he'd already scored, so he was going to try and take some extra bags, trying to go to second. But luckily, they had enough awareness on the infield to be able to throw it over and still get the out. So now we got 2 out on the inning, I believe. And only one more to try and put them away.
Everything going Haryana's way after they fell behind 3-0. They have scored 7 unanswered. Bases empty, 2 outs. The pitch low and in. And it's a 3-0 count. Pitcher looking for a strike here. He will get it. Low and inside corner. That is grounded to short, the throw to first in time. And that's the frame. So Haryana is able to get another couple runs on the board. And time is running out for Andhra Pradesh to mount a comeback. Down by 4 runs heading into the bottom of the 5th. 3 outs left for Haryana to move on to the semifinals of the National Baseball Championship. We will be back for the finish of this one after a short break. Welcome back to the DDA live stream, and Haryana is closing in on a national championship semifinal berth. 3 outs away from victory here against Andhra Pradesh. Haryana still putting their starting pitcher out there. He was very strong in the previous frame, despite giving up 3 runs earlier. And he's got a 2-strike count here against the leadoff batter in the 5th. The pitch. Swung at, chopped, right in front of the pitcher. He scoops, tosses to first, and gets the first out. Two outs away. Haryana can sense it now. It would take a miracle for Andhra Pradesh to come back.
It's just the beginning of the end right here. Haryana has been, at first they didn't have control coming out, gave up a few runs early, but ever since they've settled down, relied on their pitching to keep Andhra Pradesh at bay and use some very timely hitting, especially a big 3-run blast to take the lead back in the third inning. Ooh, and a good curveball right there.
Yeah, completely fooled the batter.
It's always those front door curveballs that cause the biggest trouble because you don't know if they're going to hit you, but then they just fall right back into the zone.
It's a risky pitch to throw because it's difficult to locate, but man, is it effective and man, is it pretty. Swing and a miss. And I think that is strike 2. No balls, 2 strikes. And
I was
one out.
I would definitely go back to that curveball right there.
You can definitely throw it with a lot of break. Oh my!
Indeed, that's what he was looking for right there.
Someone checked the RPM on that curveball. That was absolutely laid in there, and he is fired up. The entire infield congratulates him for it, and they are now 1 out away. Comes down to this batter. Can he extend the inning? Andhra Pradesh down by 4. Swung at and bobbled by the shortstop. The throw will not be in time, and he will reach on what will probably go down as a fielding error.
Yeah, that one right there is just one of those. It was a bad hop at the wrong time, but either way, still 2 outs, no harm done. Plenty of opportunity for Haryana to close this thing out.
Big hack and a miss at the first pitch. Anshul right now going for a complete game shutout. Or complete game, not a shutout. And I mean, he's had a couple really good innings. The way he's pitching right now, you'd think it was a shutout. That's another one pumped in the strike zone. And Andhra Pradesh down to their final strike. Time called. And getting a quick conversation in with the catcher. This team is feeling it right now. They are excited to move on to the semis. What a scene right now in Amravati. Oh, 2. Swung at and chopped on the ground to first base, and he steps on the bag. Haryana closes out a 4-run victory over Andhra Pradesh. It didn't end that close of a game, but it's definitely one of the more exciting finishes of the tournament thus far. A lot of emotion shown from both sides, but especially from the winning team. Haryana wins 7-3 to move on to the National Baseball Championship semifinal. This was an entertaining game. We saw some pitching, some defense, some hitting, some not so good defense. We saw a little bit of everything, Eli. It was a lot of fun.
Indeed it was, and it had everything. It had all the right drama in all the right places. Down 2-0. Haryana 3-run blast to take the lead for good, and then tacking on insurance right there in the top of the 5th with a couple of runs. And Andhra Pradesh holding the lead for most of the game, but that was the one fatal flaw that allowed them to lose the lead. But overall, really great game, really solid defense on both sides, and we got to see a 4-pitch inning.
so close to a 3-pitch inning. And you're right about that home run. It completely shifted the momentum. Andhra Pradesh was just not able to get anything going after that. And that just goes to show how much of a mental game this is. I mean, once Haryana got that ball out of the park, it almost was like they could do no wrong. They were playing loose, they were playing free, and it translated into the run column. 7-3, your final score. Haryana on top of Andhra Pradesh. That was a fun one. And Haryana moves on to the semifinal of the National Baseball Championship. That's going to be it for game number 3. And we'll get to see the Punjab women take the field next. This has been the Senior National Baseball Championship broadcast on the DDA YouTube channel. Thank you to everyone who's tuned in so far. I'm Ryan Oppenheimer. He's Eli Wilder. I'll be back for the 4th game of the day, and I will see you after this short break. Hello, everybody, and we are back for the fourth game of the day. Excuse me, the third game of the day. It is the first time that the women have been broadcasted in this tournament. It's Punjab taking on Madhya Pradesh in the semifinal game, or quarterfinal game, a chance to reach the semifinal on the line. Welcome back to the Diamond Dreams Academy YouTube live stream of the Senior National Baseball Championship in Amravati, Maharashtra. My name is Ryan Oppenheimer, and I'm alongside Piyush Nathani for this one. Good to see you again, Piyush. We had a great time yesterday, and let's get after it. How you feeling?
Thank you so much, Ryan. I am feeling very good and very excited. Finally, we will see some women's action as well. Was interested to see how is it panning out in this tournament, and finally we will get some live action of the women's game as well. Quarterfinals, knockout stages, no mistakes allowed for any teams. It will be a tough contest, I'm sure.
Absolutely. And, it's just refreshing to see women playing baseball. I mean, obviously in America, it's not that common to see. It's mostly softball, which is a very similar sport. But, I think just like the dimensions of a baseball field make for a different playing and viewing experience. And it's just really cool to see that baseball is a sport for both men and women and really anybody who wants to play. But this is a historic National Baseball Championship because it's the first one being broadcast on DDA, and it's the most national exposure that a lot of these players have gotten in their baseball careers up to this point. And it should be another good one coming your way. Punjab has dominated the men's side of the tournament up to this point. They at least won the first two games of their journey yesterday. And we'll see what the women have to offer. We're going to get started here in the top of the first inning. Both teams wearing blue. Pitching team is wearing maybe what I might call a baby blue or a cyan, while the other team is a baby blue. Going to be a little bit hard to tell them apart.
Yeah,
First two pitches in there.
The Punjab side is pitching first.
Indeed, it is Punjab pitching to Madhya Pradesh. And that pitch is grounded right back to the pitcher. And the toss to first for the routine out number one.
Very nicely done there. Keeping it clean.
Pitchers are known, at least in the American game, to be poor fielders. Pitching is such a complicated and delicate art that, if you're pitching, you're usually spending all your time doing pretty much just one thing. So it's hard to focus your energy into fielding drills and let alone practicing hitting. Playing defense as a pitcher is pretty tough, and making the routine throws to first might be a little bit harder than it looks. So one out here in the top of the first inning. There's a bit of a stoppage. A coach talking to one of the statisticians sitting behind the home plate. We will get our second batter. It's a left-hander facing a righty pitcher.
Will be interesting to see how many runs do they actually score.
Madhya Pradesh at the plate. Number 16 pitching to number 16. And I believe that was low for a ball. It's 2-0. Awaiting the next pitch. Here it comes. Swing and a miss. First strike of the at-bat. 2-1. Excuse me, 1-2, and then that's strike three. A slow breaking pitch gets the batter to swing over it and a quick defensive first inning. Well, that's out number 2, excuse me.
Very good piece of pitching this by the Punjab pitcher. Right on the money throughout. Not really missing the target.
So far, this pitcher is showcasing her accuracy, her command of the ball. Facing her third batter, that's a strike. 1-1. A pitch taken. 2 balls, 1 strike, 2 outs. And it's 2 strikes and 2 balls now. The delivery is high and tight. And it's now a full count. Here's the pitch. It's smoked right past the pitcher, right up the middle. And that's a base hit. She beats out that throw to first from the center fielder. And we have our first base runner of the game. And the runner threatening to steal second. I think they'll stay put. That's ball 2. It was right on the edge of the zone. Here's another one that catches the outside edge for strike 1. So far, when this pitcher has missed, she hasn't missed by much. She's been right around the edges of the plate pretty much every time. That's high in the zone, and it's swatted at and a foul ball.
You can clearly feel the difference between the previous tournaments and this one and the women's game. In the previous tournaments, there were a lot of struggles in bowling and pitching in the line.
And another grounder through the middle of the infield, and she will reach for another base hit. Good 2-strike, 2-out hitting. And a second base runner is aboard for Madhya Pradesh. Another pitch pumped in for a strike. That one just missed. Count is even at 1 apiece. Slice to the opposite field, fouled for another strike. A runner in scoring position for Madhya Pradesh, looking to get on the board in the opening frame. One ball, two strikes. The delivery is popped up backwards and foul. Pitch is upstairs, swung at, and missed. Missed out on an opportunity there to drive home a runner. And two runners are stranded in the top of the first for Madhya Pradesh. We head to the bottom of the first. Still scoreless. We'll be back after this short break on the DDA live stream. Welcome back to this women's matchup between Punjab and Madhya Pradesh in the Senior National Baseball Championship quarterfinal. And we're into the bottom of the first here. Our first look at the Punjabi offense. And a swing and a miss, strike one. The 1-1 is wild, corralled by the catcher. That is ball two. And near the head of the batter, that's ball three. That one over the plate popped up and caught by the pitcher. Heads up play by the pitcher to get under that shallow pop fly. And that's out number one.
Once again, the women's have been struggling so far to clear the infield.
Well, we'll see what happens once they get some quality contact on the baseball. Two-hole hitter for Punjab steps into the box and takes a ball. Swings at that pitch high and above the zone. Probably would have been a strike if she had taken it. It is 1-1. She takes that pitch for ball 2. Here's the pitch. It is high for ball 3. Madhya Pradesh struggling to find the strike zone, but does get the chase for strike 2. She went fishing for that pitch that was breaking to the outside. Two, up and in, and we're full.
The radar has been a little bit on the higher side.
Fouled back, and we'll do it again. And she will take a walk. That is going to be the first base runner for Punjab. And I think there was a pitch that was thrown out of play. Not exactly sure what happened there. And that's going to plunk the batter in the back. So early struggles from the Punjab pitcher. The Madhya Pradesh pitcher. Batter in some pain after absorbing that blow to the back. There's no way that can possibly be a pleasant feeling, but hopefully she's able to walk it off. Always better to take a pitch with your back rather than your front. I learned that the hard way back when I was playing baseball in first and second grade. It's been a long time since I've laced up the cleats, but I think the time that I decided where I was ready to hang him up is when I actually got hit in the chest by a pitch twice in one game. One count, 2 runners on base, and the pitch is upstairs. Another pitch is just off the outside edge, and that is ball 3. And a swing and a miss, strike 2. Full count with 2 women on base and 1 out. High leverage situation, and that's going to sit her down. A strike 3 looking for out number 2. Strikeout was exactly what Madhya Pradesh needed there to keep the runners where they are at first and second. And get a quick talking to from the coach. She's really battled despite facing some trouble and having some long at-bats. Still a scoreless ball game. And she'll make the throw to first to keep the runner honest. High and inside near the face of the batter. One 0. This pitcher is really pumping it. She is not waiting for the batter one bit. She's not waiting for anybody for that matter. She is just getting into the circle, throwing the pitch. The runner is on her way to third base. She will retreat as it was a foul ball. And just like that, another pitch. Yeah, this game is moving real quickly. Piyush, can you speak to maybe how it can affect the game when a pitcher chooses to pick up the speed and throw rapid-fire pitches like this?
Yeah, it is definitely very difficult for the batter to retrieve and gain the time that they need. They
Yeah,
need to really
absolutely.
take the time to settle down and be ready for the next pitch.
It seems that the runner will
Innings
be
is over.
replaced. It is. The inning is over. It's out number 3. So, a couple runners stranded for the Punjab offense, and they will come back out onto the field in a scoreless ball game. We head to inning number 2 after this short break on the Senior National Baseball Championship live stream. All right, back already. We are moving quickly here. Not only are the pitches coming at a fast pace, but the the breaks between innings are fast as well. And I think that pitch was softly chopped down the third base foul line and a swinging bunt. She's not able to beat out the throw, and she is retired for out number 1. Next pitch is on the outside corner of the zone. look like a strike. That's in there for another strike. 0-2. And here's the pitch. Got her fishing. I mean, if I would imagine that was the third pitch of the at bat, but I guess the first pitch was a ball, and that will be the strikeout that she was looking for. Just took one more pitch than I thought it was going to, but that is out number 2 of the inning.
Yeah, still waiting for the opening run in this game.
Both teams have had a couple of base runners, but nothing has come of it in the score column. Another perfectly placed pitch over the plate for a strike. She's been able to get strikes early in the count. And that's another. Count now 0-2. And got her on 3 pitches. The pitch high and in got her to swing and miss. And that is a very quick top of the second for Punjab and their pitcher. We remain scoreless heading into bottom 2. Punjab will go to bat once again after this short break. Back now for the second half of the second inning. And we remain scoreless here in this matchup between Madhya Pradesh and Punjab. We'll see who's able to break through first. A tall batter standing in the righty box and ducks to avoid the pitch. That's a ball. Next pitch is a better location, and it's called a strike. Umpire having a word with somebody out in the field, probably the pitcher.
Yeah, the pitcher is just throwing at them constantly, not giving any time to the batter to steady themselves.
Yeah, I think she knows what she's doing there. It can be a very strong advantage to not give the batter time to get settled. Seems like the umpire is really forcing the pitcher to give them time. And that will be a walk. I think that's good officiating. I mean, if the pitcher is just not listening and she's just continuing to pump pitches like 5 seconds apart from each other, I think that's a great move to just walk away and basically call your own timeouts in between pitches. You know, umpires always catch a bad rap, so when I see an umpire doing something good to keep a game under control, I always got to shout it out. One ball, no strikes, and it's just off the plate.
In the earlier men's games, we were seeing that there were too many delays, and now we are seeing like the game is going very quickly. Totally the opposite.
It's going very quickly, and I think the batter got confused how many balls there were. That's ball 3, not ball 4. She's going to have to retreat back to her position at the plate. I mean, this pitcher's just throwing so fast, she's got the batters losing track of the game. That's ball 4. There you go. So a runner aboard for Punjab. Another runner, and now 2 on base. And that ball slips out of her hands and is way high. Here's another pitch. Up and away. Runners staying where they are. We haven't really seen much in the way of steal attempts in this game. Up and in, ball 3. Well, she's throwing fast, but she might not be giving herself enough time to line up her body with the strike zone. And I believe that is called a strike. Keeps the at-bat alive. And continuing to get a talking to from the umpire. Look, he's not even turned toward the field. She's talking to someone and she's throwing a pitch anyway. Oh, this is absolute cinema right here. Umpire's like, come on, what are you doing? You know you can't throw a pitch until I say so. I think we got a new pitcher on the mound. I think the coach has had enough of this tomfoolery here. We got another pitcher on the mound wearing number 8. And we'll see if the game will slow down just a tad now. Well, it certainly wasn't the best inning for the previous pitcher. She loaded the bases, walking multiple batters. And that ball skips away from the catcher. Bases loaded, which will mean that the runner scores from third. So that is the way that the first run scores. A bases loaded wild pitch. Punjab on the board with a run.
Finally breaking the deadlock.
So the runners now at first and second. Either that or they're at second and third. I mean, that's what I would expect them to be. And this pitcher is also throwing quite fast. And that's another walk. The bases are yet again juiced.
This is definitely a tactic from the Madhya Pradesh coach, trying to pitch very quickly.
Well, if you're going to do that, you at least got to be able to throw a couple strikes. That is a strike one. So this pitcher trying to get the game back under control for this team. A major jam, bases loaded, no outs, a wild pitch, and another run comes across. So a nightmare pitching performance in this inning, at least, from Madhya Pradesh. And it's now 2-0 Punjab in the lead. Still no outs recorded in the frame. And we finally get a swing. Punjab really hasn't had to swing the bat much. They've just been content to watch these pitches come by. Almost all of them have been off the plate. And just let the merry-go-round keep spinning. That ball is taken high and tight for a ball. It is 2-2. Madhya Pradesh looking for its first out. And did she get a piece of it? Couldn't quite tell. What'd you see there, Piyush? Did she get a piece of that? Is that a foul ball? I
I
believe it
guess
is.
it is a foul ball. Yeah.
Swung at, skied into the outfield. And it's going to be chased down. It's rolling nearly to the wall. And the runners will advance. It should score at least 2 runs. And that is indeed what happens. 4-0 Punjab in the lead.
I'm
This
feeling
Punjab
afraid for
team.
Madhya Pradesh now.
Sorry, my bad. No. Say your
My
piece,
bad.
Piyush. My bad.
I'm feeling sorry for the Madhya Pradesh team. They might end up losing this game in this inning itself by the mercy rule. Still
It
yet
is
to
certainly
register the first
possible.
out.
So far, they have not displayed an ability to record an out. And more contact. That is a double. She's able to take second base. That had to have scored at least one more run, right? It's got to be 5-0.
Yeah, it should be. They had a couple of base runners as well.
Possibly even 6-0, but I would imagine 5-0. Runners on second and third. Still no outs. 1-1 is the count. Can they find the plate? That is just off. So Punjab really taking over in this second inning. They really haven't had to do much. Just be disciplined at the plate. Two balls and a strike. Here's the delivery. And it is off the plate, ball 4. A walk loads the bases. No signs of the rally stopping anytime soon. And the Madhya Pradesh pitching staff has completely lost control. This pitch is swung at and fouled away. Another pitch. Swung at and chased. So finally, Madhya Pradesh facing a favorable pitcher's count. Can she finish her off? No, she cannot. She plunks her in the back. That's got to hurt. It is an RBI hit by pitch. It's all smiles. She's going to walk it off.
That's going to be very nasty, I'm sure.
Yeah, she does look to be in quite a bit of pain. Just hit her in the worst possible spot on her back. Yeah, I think it hit her in the bony part. Man, pitcher just losing control completely. Here's another look at it. Not able to direct it over the plate. Not much you can do there as the batter other than turn your back. She's still on the ground. Hopefully she's okay. She's up on her feet. That's good to see. And she'll walk it off.
That's very nice to see.
Just unfortunate to see something like that happen in the middle of a big scoring run for Punjab. They're going to have to regroup and try to keep this rally going. And again, a pitch sails over the batter's head, nowhere near the strike zone. Nice job dodging it that time. It's 1-0. Umpire talking to the stats people behind the netting. Pitcher taking some time now to regroup and gets back into the circle. Here's the windup and the delivery. It is off the outside edge. Another pitch, slapped at and pulled foul. So it should be 2-1 now, I believe. Unless that first pitch that went behind the batter's head was actually called a strike. I mean, maybe it tipped off of her bat.
I think it is 2-1.
I would imagine so. Awaiting the pitch. They say 2-2. Swung at and fouled backwards. Count stays at 2 apiece. With the bases loaded, no outs. And she swings at this one, and it goes over the glove of the shortstop into the outfield. Left fielder picks it up. Runners advance. At least 2 runs will score on this play. And for Punjab, this is an avalanche of an inning. It appears only 1 run scored. Runners were waiting to see if the ball was going to be caught or not. 6-0 Punjab. They are running away here in the second.
They are basically just one hit away now from finishing this game off.
Well, this inning started with a pretty hilarious sequence where the pitcher was pitching too fast and the umpire basically told her to stop doing that. And I'm not sure who made the call to get her out of the game. Maybe it was the umpire, maybe it was the coach. But there was a pitching change, and not much has changed since then. That pitch skips away from the catcher, and it actually keeps the runners at bay. Runners do not choose to advance on that play.
And rightly so. They would want to finish this game off in this innings itself, not taking any risks.
That is over the plate for a strike. This is a new pitcher, by the way, the 3rd pitcher of the inning. And that is popped up high in the air and into the glove of a fielder. So finally, an out has been recorded. I repeat, an out has been recorded. Bases are still loaded, though, in a 6-0 ball game. All 6 scored in this inning alone. They have batted around and then some. Madhya Pradesh just searching for any arm on this pitching staff that can get this game back under control.
I assume the score is 7-0 now.
Yeah, with the sac fly. I think that's very possible. I mean, it was a pretty shallowly hit ball. I wasn't expecting the runner to advance, but it appears that they did, and they did score. So I would imagine 7-0. Runners at the corners now. 1 out. And the 2-0 pitch drops in for strike 1. Another strike, and the count is back even. And that pitch upstairs. And looks like that's ball 4. Loads the bases yet again. Or the bases were already loaded, and that's another run. Wow. Not a pretty showing here from the Madhya Pradesh pitching staff. Multiple pitchers in this frame, and no one can really find the plate consistently. It's 7-0. One ball, one strike, and a foul ball for strike two. It's a pitcher's count for Madhya Pradesh. They'll try to get out number two. Tosses the ball home. And that looked like a strike to me, but it is not called one. 2-2. Off the end of the bat and foul. Batter awaiting the 2-2. Here it comes. Inside and jammed her. That's another foul ball, keeping the count at 2 apiece. And that is out number 2. Speared by the pitcher. And I believe that's going to be a double play. It ends the frame. Hallelujah. As Madhya Pradesh is able to get the baseball gods to put them out of their misery in the second inning. The runners go on the contact, and the ball goes right into the pitcher's mitt, and she tosses the first for the double play. That ends a very long second inning. And Punjab will take the field once again, cruising right now with a 7-0 lead. We'll be back after the short break on the DDA live stream. Hey, welcome back to Amravati for this women's matchup in the National Baseball Championship quarterfinal. And off the field right now, we have a little bit of a dispute between two coaches on the opposite teams. The Punjab coach is not happy right now. I wish we could hear what's going on. This is getting heated.
The Punjab coach is looking very fiery at the moment.
But regardless of any gripes they may have, it's been a pretty good day on the field for the Punjab women's team. They have a 7-0 lead and have a trip to the semifinal all but booked. But this looks like it's about more than baseball at the moment. We might gain more clarity on that in just a moment. There are coaches on the field, maybe walking back to their respective dugouts. The players are all smiles. The pitcher who got hit in the back is back on the field after being nursed back into shape by her teammates. I think we're going to get back and going here. Glad to see that the pitcher is okay. She's had a strong performance so far, both at the plate and on the mound. And looks like the Punjabi coach is simmering down a little bit. And here we go in the top of the third inning. Madhya Pradesh is 7 runs down after a disastrous inning on the mound where they had what felt like an endless stream of walks, hit by pitches, errors. They just fell apart. But now their offense will try to get them back into the game. And that's a swing and a miss, and I believe a strikeout. A great pitch from the Punjab pitcher. Broke glove side and got her to fish for out number 1. Another pitch fouled off to the right side. 1 out here, top of the third. Punjab needs 3 runs to win by the mercy rule. At this current moment. Here's another pitch. It is just off the plate. Low and away. Count is even at 1 apiece. Pitcher delivers. And it's shot right back up the middle past the pitcher. And it looks like a playable ball. She was not able to reach on the single. That is out number 2. Actually, it looks like she did reach. Couldn't quite tell there with the camera angles, but it was a hard hit ball up the middle. And it will go down as a single. So Madhya Pradesh has the makings of a rally here. Another ball slapped through the 3-4 hole, but I believe it curved foul, and she's going to have to pick up the bat.
Very lucky there, the batter.
Stands in the box and takes a ball. Swings and misses at that pitch. And that is strike 3. Looks like that is out number 2. And with a runner on first, who will try to take off for second and get there safely. So I was saying earlier we didn't see a whole lot of steals early in the game, but there's a successful one. Madhya Pradesh now with a runner in scoring position at second base, down by 7 in the third. And that's slapped opposite field over the left fielder's head. It's back nearly to the wall, and the runner rounds first, going for 2. She's got it, and she'll stay there. Looks like an RBI double for number 4, Faiza, on Madhya Pradesh. A run comes across for Madhya Pradesh. It's 7-1, still in a 6-run hole.
Lovely to see Madhya Pradesh scoring the opening run for themselves after that dismal performance in the second innings.
Definitely, and it is a bit surprising to see the Punjab pitcher giving up hard contact like that. She was dominant in the first 2 times out there on the field. 7-1, 2 outs. Here's the pitch. It is grounded. It's a fair ball, and the throw sneaks past the first baseman. It goes out of play, I believe. She will take second base. And that may have scored another run. I'm not entirely sure what happened to the runner on second. But the throw to first was not on target. It bounced over the glove of the first baseman. And the runner who took off from second to third, I think, was able to take home as a free base. So it's 7-2.
Some consolation for the Madhya Pradesh team.
And
And
that
that will
should be
end.
out number 3. Sharp chopper right back to the pitcher. Didn't even have to move at all to corral it. Made the toss with plenty of time to spare. And we head to inning number 4 with the score 7-2, Punjab in the lead. Madhya Pradesh got their first 2 runs on the board in this frame, but they still have a lot of work to do. It all starts in the next inning. We'll be back for inning number 4 after this short break. All right, welcome back for the bottom of the third inning. I apologize for misspeaking there. As Punjab, with a 5-run lead, has 5 runs to go before they can win by run rule. They gave up 2 last inning, losing some of that dominance on the mound that we saw in the first 2 frames. And it's a quick first out, a pop up to third base. Second base, excuse me. Next batter has to duck to avoid it. And a high arcing pitch is well up and away. Two balls, no strikes. And that is going to be called a strike. A little bit better of a location there. And that's also called a strike. Two and two right now, I believe. And batter gets a hold of that one. It's into center field, base hit. She left that one over the plate, and the batter was ready for it. These batters have really known when to swing and when not to for the most part. And a steal attempt. The batter is in there, I believe. Sliding in feet first. The throw was nearly on time. But she is safe at second. Punjab threatening. Pitch. High, swung at, grounded, picked up by the third baseman to throw to first, not in time. And the batter at second taking off for third. She's safe. Heads up base running there. Taking advantage of the slow throw and taking an extra base. So both
Very
runners
good. Because
take another base, and they're at second and third now. Well, looks like she was at first, but took second on the steal. Now they're at second and third, and it's 1 ball, 1 strike. Batter taking a runner taking a lead off second base. It is 2-1 now. Next pitch, low, taken for a strike. 2-2. Very generous call there. Pitch was nearly in the dirt. And then this one sails over the batter's head for ball 3. So a 3-2 count now. 2 runners in scoring position. And it's a walk to load the bases. A lot of pitches have gone right at the head of these batters. All aboard here in the bottom of the third inning. Still one out. And this is a big spot for Punjab if they want to end this in the third. The pitcher is at the plate currently. Had a bit of an injury scare earlier when she took a hard hit to the back while she was at the plate, but she healed up, re-entered the game, and now hits a single to score 2 runs. A 2 RBI base hit for the pitcher, and it's now 9-2. Number 15 has really impressed me so far today, not just because of her pitching and her discipline at the plate, but because of her toughness. The fact that she's still in this game making plays for her team is really admirable, and it speaks to her character. And Punjab can sense it now. They're up 7. It is a bases clearing single, it appears. Excuse me, there's a runner at third still. Only 2 runs scored. And the Punjab pitcher, steals second base. Nine to 2. Next pitch is a swing and a miss. A little over aggressive there from the Punjab batter. And here goes the next pitch. It is upstairs, ball 2, 2-2. That's swung at, hit to short, past the shortstop, into left field. Left fielder picks it up. The throw comes in very slowly, and that should score another run. 10-2 is the score now, and just 2 runs from a run rule victory for Punjab.
Yeah, it seems like the inevitable is going to happen very soon.
That's a strike from the Madhya Pradesh pitcher. Runner takes second base. Umpire having a word with the scorekeepers. And it looks like the original starting pitcher for Madhya Pradesh is back in the game, in the circle. And that looks like a pop-up that was caught. So that's a swing and a miss. Trying to calm herself down here. 2 outs, so they don't have a whole lot of breathing room to score those last 2 runs. They're going to need to lock in here. Taking a pitch. Called a strike. It's 1-1. Foul back. Looks like it's 2-2 now, not 1-2. And it'll stay at 2-2 with a foul ball. So Punjab needs 2 more runs for the mercy rule to go into effect. But no matter what, it seems like they're headed toward a national championship semifinal berth. 2 outs in the third inning. Count is full. Runner at second. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Inning over. Punjab able to get a couple runs, a few runs, but not enough to win by the mercy rule. We're going to have to go to inning number 4. Punjab leading 10-2, commanding a dominant game played by this team. And we will have to play one more inning to close it out at least. You're watching the Senior National Baseball Championship on the DDA live stream. We'll be back in a minute. Back in Amravati, Punjab is back in the field with an 8-run lead. They were not able to close out the game via run rule walk-off. So we will play a full 4th inning. Ryan Oppenheimer alongside Piyush Nathani. Thank you all for joining us on this second day, third official day, but second actual day of this national championship tournament. First day was unfortunately rained out. The weather continuing to affect the game in some ways. Still hot, still humid. Showers occasionally, but baseball is at least able to be played. And it's 1 ball, 2 strikes to the leadoff hitter for Madhya Pradesh. Here's the pitch. It's a new pitcher in the game, number 4. That pitch was spiked, so it's 2-2. Steps off the rubber. So a quick timeout. Umpire getting back in position. Here's the 2-2. It is hit foul, straight backwards. And we'll do the 2-2 over again. Here it is. Swung at and missed. Great pitch from Punjab. to retire the first batter. Just trying to get this inning over quickly so they can get back on offense and score some more runs. They need 2 more, assuming they don't let up any in this frame. Off to a good start with the strikeout. And another one pumped into the zone. Speaking of the weather, it is 85 degrees Fahrenheit, 29 degrees Celsius with 76% humidity. A hot and humid day in Amravati. That's out number 2. Lazy ground ball to first. And this is hit just foul. Winds also moving up to 18 kilometers per hour. You have to think that's probably affecting the fielding ability of some of these players with the balls moving in unpredictable directions due to the wind. Strike 1. Waiting the next pitch. Here it is. It is pushed down the foul line and just outside the bag. So that is a strike. 0-2 count. Two outs in the inning. No balls, 2 strikes. And the Punjab pitcher getting a talking to from her catcher and the umpire. Maybe communicating with some coaches on the sideline. Batter patiently waiting her turn. And she sets up. And something's holding up this pitch from coming. Now the umpire's in position. Here it comes. And it's into the catcher's mitt, swing and a miss. That's another strikeout. And the inning is over. So a very strong showing from that pitcher. Not allowing any base runners and keeping the score right where it's at, 10-2. And Punjab has a chance to end it in 4 innings after this short break here on the DDA live stream. Welcome back for the bottom of the fourth inning. Punjab is back at bat. They need 2 more runs to win. Up by 8 here. And 2 strikes thrown by the pitcher. It's an 0-2 count. And that looks like it's just off the plate for a ball. At bat will go on. Next pitch on its way. High and tight. And the count's even at 2. Another delivery. And she gets a hold of one. It lands. Is that fair? Looks like it might have landed right on the foul line. And it looks like it landed just outside of it. So we'll stay here at 2-2. The at-bat goes on. Pitcher delivers and gets a big swing and a miss for the strikeout. So a big bounce back from this pitcher who had a very poor start to the game. This entire pitching staff has struggled no matter who's been out there. But she's been able to re-enter and get a strikeout. And that's some soft contact. The throw to first from third. Looks like it's in time. So 2 quick outs from Punjab. Excuse me, it looks like she beat out the throw. So a base runner is aboard. And the winning run is at the plate. The walk-off run, excuse me. And there's no more runner aboard, apparently. Which one is it? I'm not sure. Well, either there's 2 outs and 2 outs and no runners aboard, or 1 out and 2 runners aboard, or 1 out and 1 runner aboard. You know what I mean. But that's caught. And that's game over. Or that is inning over, excuse me. 10-2 Punjab on top. But they're not able to get any runs across. And we will go to inning number 5. An 8-run lead for Punjab. Not quite enough to trigger the mercy rule. And we play on here in Amravati. 3rd game of the day. And Punjab continuing to show their dominance both in the men's and women's divisions. And we will see the conclusion of this game after this on the DDA live stream. All right. So one more frame here as Punjab looks to close out a commanding victory over Madhya Pradesh. Welcome back to the Senior National Baseball Championship. It's the Punjabi women versus the Madhya Pradesh women. And so far, Punjab has really dominated this tournament. Excited to see what they do in the future. Three outs away from a semifinal berth as we approach the championship round. Be sure to stay tuned for this entire tournament. We'll be here the entire rest of the way from the first round to the final round. Be sure to subscribe to this YouTube channel, DDA Baseball Official, if you want to get notified about our live streams. There's a lot more coming your way, not just in this tournament, but in future tournaments. We've got the DDA Showcase League happening in just over a month. Fantastic shot there, showing the batter and pitcher. I think the director might be a scholar of SNY. You know, if you guys want to watch some baseball in America, as that looks to be a hit by pitch, a hitter in the hand. We've seen a lot of those in this game. Just trying to shake it off. Hopefully didn't damage anything.
That is going to hurt a lot, for sure.
Certainly will, but still part of the game, and might wake up with a bruise tomorrow.
Never nice when the hand is jammed between the bat and the ball.
Yeah, just because the hand is so bony, there's not really any fat or muscle protecting the knuckles or really any part of the hand bones. One of the most painful places to get hit, on the back of your hand. She just tried to dodge it, but couldn't get her hand out of the way. She swung at it, though, and that is an out. So 1 out away. And that is into the 5-6 gap. Shortstop is not able to scoop. And we do have a base runner with 2 outs here in the top of the 5th. Madhya Pradesh down to their final out, but they're able to get on the base paths once more. Just off the plate. It's a ball. Next pitch. In there, strike 1. 2 strikes away from a semifinal berth. And a swing and a miss. Not a competitive pitch or swing there.
There was no need to swing at that point at all.
I have to think these players might just be looking to get out of here. And another swing and a miss. That's the ball game. Punjab finishes off the 8-run victory. They're not able to get the mercy rule, but they do get a commanding 8-run victory. And they're able to dominate Madhya Pradesh up and down the field all game long, keeping a lead throughout. And they earn themselves a spot in the Senior National Championship semifinal tomorrow. What a showing from Punjab for this tournament, both on the men's and women's side, but just focusing on the women's side for now, Piyush. It was definitely a complete game on both ends, but what stood out to you the most about this performance?
Well, definitely they were very smart in the way they played, as in they were not going for the big shots, big heaves for unnecessarily. They were trying to play it in the gaps where they got those runs, and especially the pitching, of course, giving away only 2 runs. But kudos to Madhya Pradesh as well. They managed to take the game in the fifth innings, whereas it could have ended earlier, you would rather say.
Indeed, and it allowed them to get a comfortable 10-2 victory. That is your final score. Punjab on top. Again, they move on to the semifinals, which will take place tomorrow as we approach the championship round that'll take place the day afterwards. It's been an absolute blast presenting this tournament to you, and these players deserve all this exposure that they're getting. Just an exciting new era for this sport and this country. The broadcast will not be stopping anytime soon, and it's been a pleasure, everybody. Punjab on top of Madhya Pradesh. They win 10-2, and this has been game number 3 of the DDA live stream here on day 3 of the tournament. Thank you all. My name is Ryan Oppenheimer. For my color man, Piyush Nathani, and for my other color man, Eli Wilder, who is not here right now, this has been the Senior National Baseball Championship in Amravati, Maharashtra. And we'll be coming at you tomorrow with more baseball. And for now, have a good rest of your day and so long.